I wonder why I'm looking perplexed. I have day 135 on Twitch, but I think I'm on day 140 of development. Hold on, let me see. I thought we were on day 140 today. Because yesterday was day 139. Did I, like, skip some days or something? Where are they? 139 videos. It should be... Yeah, but there's a part 2 here. Wait a second. Yesterday was 140. But there's 139 videos. There's for sure a part 2 to one of the days. Almost absent. Mr. Feeble, how you guys do today? Happy Thursday. Did I miss numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. By the way, this is going to be counting. I'm going to teach you guys how to count, okay? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 4, 5, 6, 7, 20, 29, 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43 part 1 and 2. My OBS crashed that day. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 80. Came here 5 minutes ago and you weren't here. What the hell? I just went live. I've only been live for 3 minutes. 1, 2, 5. $284. The sad thing is I don't have backups of those. I'll check. Maybe they got... I have no idea. I have them, they're probably just not part of the, they're just not part of the playlist. 83 and 84 are missing. Where's my playlist? I'm pretty sure I uploaded every day. I'm pretty sure I did. I don't think I've missed a day. Okay, let me see if any more are missing. 5, 80, 60, 70, 80, 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 109 is missing as well. That's the partially blocked one. Was this the one where I had to, like, just cut the shit out of it? What happened here? We watched Shikanoko. Oh, fuck, whatever. It's on there. It says it's on there. It just says partially blocked. Can I mute that part? Can trim out the segment. Sure, that cute Porto on a Guinness tour date was peak. Nice. I'm jealous. I want to be taken on a date. Look at the dislikes on this. Whoa, people don't like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. Let me refresh. Unfortunately, the new ones should be at the bottom, so I'll have to rearrange them. Can I rearrange them? I can. Sorry guys, I wasn't expecting to do this today. I just start up the stream and I go to increment the number and I increment it to 135. I'm like, hold on, the fuck? It's not 130, day 135. There we go. Okay, we should be good. We'll let that one fix. It should be right back in the old spot. I will update this to day 141 as it should be. Today we are fixing bugs and doing something else. I don't know what. What do we want to do today? What do we have to do today? We have to fix Thief 6. Set up the hotbar, should allow for pressing number keys to add to hotbar, and then fix the fucking candles. Hey, Mighty Rob. Cheekosaurus, perhaps. That's not very demure. Fixing... I'll just type fixing bug. I was supposed to think of something we were supposed to do, like, today. I was supposed to, yesterday, think of something to do today that we need to do. I don't know what we could do. It should be related to combat. I could maybe overhaul the inventory. Because right now we can only reward ingredients, and our inventory can only hold ingredients and potions. I'd like to be able to have like junk in there and other things. And the funny thing is, the junk tab in our game is going to be filled with like magical swords you find in like dungeons that you sell to merchants. They're just junk to you, they don't do anything. Alright. Let's start today with fixing Thief 6. Do nothing. We could do nothing. I might do some Tim Kaine reactions later. I don't think today's gonna be that crazy of work. So the issue with Thief 6 is that if Spoon does not have his wife and kid, you do not convince him to sell commemorative spoons. And same condition as the wife and kid stuff. You can only really talk to him about spoon nuts and then goodbyes. And it's kind of lame. Like, what's the fucking point? And I'd like to put a couple of sections in here, maybe. Just additional things that Spoon might be thinking or dealing with after opening his shop. Things that don't require previous conversations necessarily. Maybe like a general question about how the realms are doing. How's Golem Stone? Because I think that when he opens up his pawn shop at the end of 3A or 3B, if he opens them up, he tells you about Golem Stone. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you're forced into hearing about Golem Stone at that point. So let's do that. Add player response. What's Golem Stone like now that you've returned and opened up the pawn shop? The pawn shop that exclusively sells spoons and spoon adjacent objects. And maybe one other question that we can ask him here. What could it be about? Maybe like, are your days of thievery over? You know, say what you want about Heroes of Might and Magic 4. Had a good soundtrack. Your days of thievery over now. Spoon. I actually like Heroes of Might and Magic 4. I know it's controversial. I just have maybe it's just sentimental feelings. It's nostalgia. It was, for me, it was the perfect middle ground between 3 and 5 in terms of certain aspects. May not be as legendary as 3, but I didn't really like how Heroes of Might and Magic 5 looked. That was the one that they kind of went full 3D into, right? Yeah, it was at that awkward period of gaming. Wasn't a fan of it. Stylized? Yeah. He's a 5ist. No, I liked 4. I liked the way that 4 looked. And the level editor was really cool. I know the balance wasn't that great, but just for casual play, I like 4. I like 4. I think it gets a little bit too harsh of treatment from the fans. But it looks good. Where's a good screenshot of 3? There's a good screenshot. I do like how 3 looks, by the way. So you had 3 here, which I do like. I think that the contrast on a lot of the sprites is good. But to me, 4 just had good coloring. I don't know. 3 has that old school charm. Yeah, I agree with that. And then there's 5. 5 to me is the same thing as Majesty 1 and Majesty 2. You guys ever play that game? I was gonna make a spiritual successor to Majesty. We still might. There's a big old screenshot. So this is Majesty 1. And then this was Majesty 2, and it's like, it is just that awkward phase of like going from 2D to 3D. And it they don't really age well, those games. 3 and 4 look way better. I agree with that. I mean, overall, I really like the UI of games like this, of 3 and 4. I love the side panel with stylized icons. And you get that in Majesty as well, you have that side panel. We've regressed with UI design. I miss shit like this. All the UIs of games have to be clean. They can't be complex because then it'll alienate a more casual audience. Can't be too many numbers. Alright, Gollum. So what's Gollum Stone like now that you've returned and opened up your pawn shop? Same old shit. Same old shit, to be honest. Guards harassing you for staring at spoons too much. General bigotry towards... He wouldn't use the word. He wouldn't use the word bigot. General hatred towards sewer goblins. Is what it is. Depends on the game. For RPGs, if you want immersion, then yeah, cluttered UI is a bit meh. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It depends on the game. For turn-based, for strategy games though, I don't. What am I trying to say here? I can appreciate a UI that has limited itself to only the things that you need to have on it at the moment. But I also don't mind a sidebar with more complex bits on it. Because I'm thinking, like, okay, well, you know, what's another game that I really like? Well, like 4X games to some extent. Endless Tentacle Cave, I'm not clicking on that. You know, Endless Legend was a game that I really enjoyed. And this didn't have too terribly complex of a UI. No side panel or anything. But it did have complex UI panels. They just weren't right there in the forefront. I liked Endless Legend, by the way, because it felt like the perfect mix between Civilization and Heroes of Might and Magic. Where you actually had hero characters that you could take on quests, you could equip with gear, unlock skills, and perks. Underrated game. Kingdom Under Fire. Is that a game? Which one? Classics, The Crusaders. Yeah, this shit reminds me of, this reminds me of the Lord of the Rings game. Just with like the super chunky health bars and stuff. And the way the 3D looks. I like that though. Lord of the Rings PS2 game. I think it was the Return of the King. Yeah, it reminds me of this. This was the shit. OG1 was RTS combined with ARPG. That's pretty cool. I kind of wish RTS games would make a return. And not, you know, not like esports competitive RTS games, but actually just some good middle ground. War of Heroes. They still have that big fucking golem statue in the middle of the town. People throwing flowers around it for some reason. What are some options we'll have here? Maybe with you opening the pawn shop, you'll be able to show the guards that not all sewer goblins are bad. I think his response to that would just be, well, most of them are. Well, most of them are shit, to be honest. He's just selfish. He's like, I just want them to treat me differently. I don't give a shit about... He doesn't give a shit about guards treating sewer goblins differently. He just cares about himself. Fair enough. It's a harsh world. And being a bit selfish is a good tactic for survival. We'll just have a fair enough. No preachy. And another option for... And you want all your brothers and sisters to be more respected? He's just gonna be like, no. Why should they? They're a bunch of idiots. Why would I? They're mostly a bunch of idiots who don't bathe. Bathe is with an E, right? You have bath and then bathe. Yeah. Brain fart on that one. Okay. Mostly a bunch of idiots who don't bathe. Yeah, it's an E. You're an E. Your mom's an E. Gotcha, bitch. E basin. Mostly a bunch of idiots who don't bathe. Once they start, hey, Lisa Pinks, how's your Thursday? Once they start acting like proper goblin adults, then they can receive the same treatment. Until then, fuck them all. Spoon is what spoon is. Wouldn't have made it this far if I didn't do what if Spoon didn't do what he had to do. What Spoon had to do. There are two types of goblins in this world, friend. What's the most stupid version of there are two types of people in this world that a sewer goblin could do?
Wake up.
No! No, Joe! Go back to fucking sleep. God damn. Also, how's Tampa doing today? How's Florida? I think the hurricane hit overnight. Thankfully, I heard it was downgraded to a category 3. Doesn't look nearly as bad as it could be, that's for sure. Waters aren't as high as they could be either. Those who know the power of spoons and those who don't. I think that makes too much sense though. It has to not make it just has to it has to be just dumb. It just has to be the stupidest thing we can think of. There are two types of goblins in this world, human. Like, even he wouldn't know what it means. He just says it because he heard it. Those with shites in their butt and those with shites in their hand. And he's, you know, you can ask him like, what does that even mean? And he'll be like, he'll try to explain it, and then he'll just be like, look, I don't fucking know. Shut up. Aren't there more types of goblins in the world? What does that even mean? And he's just gonna be like, well... You know how hands are spoons, right? And this will be a response if the player knows that hands are spoons. Where do we store that? That's in here in the choices. Expand all. Understand that hands are spoons. True. You know, the hands are spoons, right? Having shite in your hands means that you've sullied the gift that Stenchus has given us. You've grabbed the shite with your divine hands, but where the shite belongs is in your butt. So the saying means that some people keep shite where it belongs, and others keep it where it doesn't belong. And your response to me, I'm gonna be honest, Spoon. I have no idea what that has to do with survival. It's like, it's just okay. Yes, you can grab shit with your hands. You know, it's not recommended, but you can do that. And yes, it's true that shit belongs in your butt. And I think the more that you ask him, it's just gonna go further and further and further. Like, he's gonna try to reframe it to justify it. I'd also like to have, you know, I'm not gonna put the condition on here that you've heard that hands are spoons. Instead, I'll make this an opportunity to ask about that if you don't know. Our hands are spoons? Who is Stenchus? For those who don't know, Stenchus is the god of sewers that the sewer goblins believe in. And the sewer goblins believe that Stenchus sits underneath the world and scoops up, because they believe the world is flat, so Stenchus sits beneath the world and scoops up the water and pours it back above the world to cause the rain. Which they then think is, okay, so he does that with his hands, which means that the hands are the most divine things that can exist, and they're also spoons. So yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole religion. This is the first religion in our universe, by the way, is the sewer god. That gives you any indication. Okay, we'll have a response for that. And then these will lead back into... I want these to lead back in. We'll do a dialogue line here. So yeah. Don't grab shit with your hands because Stenchus gave us hands to not grab shit with. Give us hand spoons. And these responses then will lead back into that node so that you can ask further questions about that. A lot of branching being done here. Good lore, though. I mean, it's not. There's absolutely no value to this conversation, but that's exactly what Spoon brings to the table. Is valueless conversations, which is where the value comes from. So if you grab the shite with your hands, even or when it's just come out your butt, this is way too serious of music for poop. So if you grab the shite with your hands when it's just come out of your butt, then you have shite on your hands. But shite belongs only on the butt. And you use something else to grab the shite. Such as 2 stones. Yeah, see, this is more proper. Some beautiful singing to accompany my lore about poop. So the smartest goblins the ones who survive are the goblins that don't grab shite with their hands. Yeah, Spoon, maybe I'm not very smart, but that still really doesn't make much sense. And he's just gonna be like, so you see, ... And then there's just gonna be like a continue. Yeah, actually, I don't understand it either. Fuck wisdom. I have my spoons. You can be like, to be fair, not grabbing poop with your hands seems quite wise to me. There are only a few times where it's acceptable. But best... But it's best if we move on. Bro doesn't have a communal poop knife, point and laugh. What's a poop knife? What, you have to cut your poop? How would you cut your poop? Like to weigh it? To examine it? Who needs a poop knife? If it doesn't fit? What are you trying to fit the poop into? What are you putting the poop into? It comes out the hole, not it doesn't go into the hole. So only out. The sewer, but they live in the sewers. They just poop into the river. Pipe needed because they follow the teachings of India. Maybe it's because of all the spicy food. Do I want to jump? I kind of had some other questions I wanted to bring up with Spoon here. So I think I'm going to jump the player back to this spot. The Golem Stone is same as ever. Like I said, guards are being assholes. People are still worshipping a giant golem statue. Why it's called Golem Stone is because there's a big golem that sits at the center of it. But it's stone. It's unmoving. Like it's been petrified or something. Okay, so those will lead back here. Let's finish writing these up. That'll finish off this section at the end. Our hands are spoons. I need to grab this info from spoons and stenches from the lore loop. Just in case the player hadn't heard about it. Where's the lore about stenches? Here it is. Stenches designed us all to never be without a spoon. That is why we are all able to survive, even if we do not have a proper spoon utensil on us. And then there's Stenches, god of sewers, lives beneath the world, scooping up water that falls down from the edges. He's the one that refills the world's water supply and causes it to rain. Beautiful. I think it'd be funny if you could get into a debate with Spoon about the flat Earth. Okay, who is Stenches? And then we'll do the... Understand that hands are spoons. Okay. And the condition for this should be that the player doesn't know about this. Condition, saved choice. Understand that hands are spoon, false. Beautiful. That'll give you a little bit of an opportunity to learn about these things outside of the lore loop. Which for some reason you can't access in Dialogue Thief 6, which I think I should fix. So his wife gonna be roughly spoon-shaped. She is named Ladle, but she is a giant, fat, ogress lady. She is massive. And I think canonically he mentions that they broke their bed trying to have sex. I swear that he mentions that. I don't remember where. I do remember that it is mentioned. But they love each other. She's a big lady with a bigger heart. Oh, she broke my bed though. Guess it wasn't meant to support anything larger than a goblin. Yeah, they banged on the first date and then they broke the bed banging, so. Yeah. I think you mentioned they got a new one though or something, I don't know. Yeah, they says we got a new one though. He doesn't care if it's a boy or girl, but they're gonna name it Teaspoon. No matter what. And I'd love for him to bring you a family portrait once his kid is born, and then you can put that up in your alchemy hut. So it's just gonna be this little goblin, and then this giant ogre, and then just a little tiny package. And commemorative spoons. If you convince him to sell commemorative spoons, my idea is for merchants to sell commemorative spoons, and you can fill up a whole set of them. And hang them on the wall. Kind of like sets of these. And then Spoon might drop by and see that and comment on them. That you collected a full set of his spoons. That's the plan. We're going deep with the spoons. That's a spoonful. Shut up. But you're right. You're not supposed to examine sage words of wisdom from your friends, human. You're just supposed to nod and agree. We'll have an option for nod and agree. I am so very wise and knowledgeable. How you spell that? Yes, it is. Okay, that'll lead back to the start. Ooh. Oops, it says not and agree. It's supposed to be not and agree. But what does the saying even mean? And then that can lead back to here. Not and agree on the start of that branch, by the way. Oh, I fixed it. This was not a... Okay, I got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for... If you see anything else like that, let me know. The problem is that sometimes when the words that I say out loud are not the words that I type. Or I miss a word that I do say out loud but I don't type. It's just one of those things we have to like catch from playtesting. If I playtest and I say the thing, if I read out loud, then I can catch these things much quicker. Fair enough. We sewer goblins have a saying. There are two types of goblins in this world, human, those with shites in their butts and those with shites in their hands. So stupid, it sounds so fucking dumb. And that's exactly why it's perfect for Spoon. Okay, don't you want all your brothers and sisters to be more respected? Why would I? They're mostly a bunch of idiots who don't bathe. Once they start acting like proper goblin adults, then they can receive the same treatment. Until then, fuck them all. The Chadblin. I'm 10% tempted to include that as a word in the game. Only 10. It's not enough. Isn't that a bit harsh? It's only recently you were still figuring out what you wanted to do. But I had the massive drooping, I'm not going to say massive drooping balls, but I had the balls to do it. That's the difference. You know, there's a time and a place for the phrase massive drooping balls. I don't think that this is the time. It is the place. It just isn't the time. I'm not cowering in the sewers, waiting for stenches to hand out free spoons. Got them droopers. We'll give the player an opportunity to learn about stenches here too. Have heard about stenches. False. Have heard about stenches. True. I think stenches would be behind those who are lost in the sewers of life and wading through the sewage in their own minds. I mean, that's deep. Lost in the sewers of life and wading through the sewage in their own minds. Come on. I think this will end up being a good amount of extra dialogue that has no requirement to get into, if you ask me, for Dialogue Thief 6. This is like a lore loop level of depth here for what really just amounts to poop talk. I'm gonna be honest, there's absolutely nothing of value in anything that I've written today. Apart from maybe the two types of goblins in this world. Okay, I think stenches would be kind to those who are lost in the sewers of life and wading through the sewage in their own minds. Those are some deep words, Lumen. Might have to think about that one for a while. Everyone's got a butt. Spoon. And poop comes out of all of them. That's true. Maybe I have been a bit harsh. I wonder if we want to save that choice at all. Use it somewhere later. For now, probably not. Not bathing is pretty dumb and disgusting, I admit. You and I, human, we get along like roaches in between moldy pieces of bread. Thank you, Spoon. I'll assume that's a good thing. Okay, that covers one of the questions. I think those all jump back to the right place. 56 should be here. Yeah. This will be like the exit to this part. Well, Elmstone sure sounds like an interesting place. Thanks for informing me. Yeah, just thanks for informing me. And that'll jump back to this node. The second question that was part of this was about the golem statue. So that golem statue has just been there the whole time? As far as I've heard, down in the sewers, the story is that this is going to be like, he's just going to tell the most ridiculous tale here, one that is just absolutely not going to be true. But it's the one that the sewer goblins believe is true because, you know, nobody knows how the golem was petrified there and why a city was, you know, a town was built around it. But the sewer goblins obviously just believe what they want to believe. I think the story will be that when was he down in the sewers? The story goes that a group of displeased forest goblins found a beautiful patch of land to create some sewers. Because, you know, that's of course how it works, right? As they were building, though, as they were building it, a large golem came crashing out of the woods and threatened to kill them and destroy the sewer. Then what happened? I'm going to give the player an opportunity to kind of be a bit derisive and just be like, you don't just decide to create sewers, you have to have something to run through the sewers. And Spoon's just gonna be like, dude, that's not how it works. Just shut the fuck up. You know nothing about sewer. You're not a sewer goblin. You're just a human. What do you know about sewers? Obviously, it was the humans who created the sewers, in this case. So then what happened? A brave sewer goblin well, I guess at this point he was more of a sewer goblin trying to think of a good way to word that. Although I guess at this point he was still just a forest goblin. Went down to the nearby river, ran down. and scooped up some water in his hands. He prayed to Stenchus, who ended up blessing the water with magical sewage. The first sewage to ever exist. It's just so provably not true. And same thing, the player can, you know, be derisive here. Or the player can just be like, wow, Stenchus blessed it? What was happening to, you know, what was the golem doing at this point? The golem was rampaging, killing goblins, killing many goblins. I want him to mention like a name. We need like a legendary sewer goblin here. Brave sewer goblin by the name of Twiggy. So Twiggy ran back up with the... You're watching those dialogue boxes like a hawk. Yeah, dude, I'm locked in. I'm fucking locked in. Into my lore here. So Twiggy ran back up with the sewage in his hands. And threw it at the golem. The golem fell to its knees. Clearly in pain at the incredible power of Stenchus. From the incredible power of Stenchus's sewage. Did the golem die? Stenchus's might and power is beyond any of our understandings. The golem was frozen in fear. He remains this way even to this day, unable to move out of terror that Stenchus may once again smite him with sewage. Absolutely wild lore here. I have no words. So they ended up, so humans ended up building a town around it. Yeah, and you idiots worship the thing, not knowing that it was us goblins who saved the whole forest from destruction from this thing. And you know what? In reality, the most likely possibility here was that it was a monster that some other creature or some adventuring party was able to kill in the past, and that's it. But you know, the sewer goblins have built their own headcanon around why this thing existed, and obviously it's headcanon that makes them look good. Hey Datu, any good drops today? Or is your luck run out for the next couple weeks after 220 mils? Just been fishing. Get some clues. Cat hair in my eye. Get out of here. After the golem was destroyed, Twiggy and the other goblins were able to build their peaceful sewers. I guess they build their sewers in peace. It should be us running the town after all we've done. Not you humans. Easy clue in like 6 beginners? Sounds about right. You know, sewers aren't just created, right? They exist because settlements need somewhere to route their sewage. I'm at a T7 crash star by myself. Ooh, that's good. That's a lot of nice AFK XP. I've been thinking about being sneaky and mining a star while I'm working. I shouldn't do that though. Can't give in to the temptation. Yes, they are. Now shut up and let me tell the rest of the story. Just gonna fish and discovered it. Pretty lucky. What, a T7 star? That's what, like a good 30, 40,000 XP? Clicking like 5 times. Ooh, Sniffy. I've heard enough of this ridiculous story. Let's just talk about something else. Wolf K got like 28 KXP. Good stuff. I've been wanting to try the new winter tot changes. I might do that later today. Did you see the new league is starting on November 20 something, 27th or something? Sorry, please continue. Yeah, I think all the things from the poll passed. Let me see if I can pull it up. Where's the poll? Yeah, there's this outfit, the Raging Echoes outfit. Portal Nexus and Portal Room. Recolors. Virtus Ornament Kit. POH Spirit Tree. This one looks really cool. I'll probably do this in the Nexus. And then there was a banner. A home teleport animation. What's this for? This is for old school RuneScape. And then a Venator bow ornament kit. Blighted Arums. No bird costumes. Death animation. NPC contact animation. A lot of stuff. Yeah, this is just the concept art for it. There was a teleport. It's really expensive now. But I got this, and the animation is fucking funny. That's a great teleport animation. It's worth a lot of money now too, though. Armageddon. 47.5 mil. That's a lot. I was pretty sad because I bought both of these when they were like 6 mil or something, or 8 mil. And I was like, oh shit, dude, you know, they're gonna be so much cheaper. I wasted so much money. Now they're 47.5 and 33 mil, so I'm kind of glad that I got them on the cheap. No more complaints from me. Okay, this will jump back to here, I think. Brave Surreal by the name of Twiggy, though I guess at this point he was still just a forest goblin, ran down to the nearby river and scooped up some water in his hands. He prayed to Stenchus, who ended up blessing the water with magical sewage, the first sewage to ever exist. Pretty sure sewage existed before that too. It's just excrement. I'm going to make new choices here for the player interrupting. Interrupted spoon. Thief 6. Interrupted spoon. First. And then interrupted spoon second. So that he has different reactions based on whether or not you've interrupted him before already. There's other ways that I could handle this, but this is one way too. Lux Disruptors, life's work and masterpiece he'll be remembered for. Shit. If I'm remembered for writing poop lore, I suppose there are worse things. Hey, I'm speaking here. Okay, events, save choice. Interrupted spoon first. This will be saved choice. Interrupted spoon for the second time. And then we'll do a conditional. Or whether or not the player interrupted the first time as well. I was working at Forever Skies. That game did some interesting things thematically. I didn't work there long. It was only a few months. But what I can say is that the team was incredible. Like they were a dream. They were a dream team. Extremely professional, extremely nice. They didn't have any ego to speak of. It was just a perfectly well-oiled team working together to make the best game that they could. Oil tie, yeah. No, they were great. They were so fucking awesome. Yeah, they were great. They were transparent with each other. There was no like drama, no office politics. It was just, okay, we need to make this feature. Okay, you do this. Okay, let's do this, and then okay, perfect. Boom, done. I don't know how to put it. It was just that is the model of how you should create a team. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of it. Please go on. Sorry to interrupt. Please go on. We'll do the same conditions here. Actually, I don't even need to do the conditions here. Okay, we have the first interruption, then the second interruption, and then there's a third interruption. If you interrupt him for every time, he's just gonna be like, remind me to never tell you a story again because you are the absolute worst listener. Maybe he threatens to leave too. If you just interrupt him every single time, he's like, you know what? I'm just done. I just can't. I'm not doing this. I'm leaving. Are you gonna voice act Spoon? I don't know. I kind of see Spoon as like a deep, gravelly voice, and I don't do that. I don't know. I don't think I can do Spoon in the way that I envision it. But I think I probably should do Spoon. Almost rampaging, killing. Goblins left and right. So Twiggy ran back up with the sewage in his hands and threw it at the golem. The golem fell to its knees, clearly in pain from the incredible power of stenches sewage. How would sewage hurt a golem? Use voice modulation to drop your voice an octave. I could, but it'd be pretty noticeable. But then again, it's a prototype, doesn't really matter. I don't know. We'll see. I was thinking to voice one of the other characters. Alright, we need a dialogue line for... You interrupt them the first time. You interrupt him the second time. And I think we'll do... Yeah, we'll do a reaction whether or not it was just the first or the second. True, false. False, true. And then we'll do false, false. I don't know if you guys saw either, but they made a trilogy series of all the Stalker games, and they're releasing it on the Nintendo Switch. Pretty cool. So if you're a fan of Stalker like me, you can play them on the Switch soon. Bugs and all. Because, ooh boy, were those games pretty buggy. Fuck the Switch, it's basically a phone. It's a phone with overpriced games. You can't even, like, go on YouTube on the Switch. Should we branch even again for if you interrupt the fourth time? Like, I know we were supposed to expand Dialogue Thief 6 today, but this is starting to get a bit ridiculous. Switch and 1080 owners are holding back games with their low-powered hardware. To some extent, this is true. You mean like, wait, 1080, like 10? What do you mean by 1080 owners? The GPU? Is that even that common still? Only 0.64% of people have a 1080. Most common GPU is the 3060. Still the target hardware for minimum spec. Get a 4080, super broke motherfuckers. I've got the, I got a 4070. I really like my 4070. It'd be crazy to see the GTX 1650 has 3.5% of the market share. Look at this little boy. 4 gigabytes of VRAM. From 2019. Pretty crazy. All cool kids get a 4090. The price is really expensive for the 4090. I think the 4070 is probably one of the better ones for power and price, although the 4060 is also quite up there. Don't interrupt my story. I'm almost done. You've already interrupted once. Please let me finish the story. DC 5090 rumors are the price will be 2,000. Dude, fuck that. Fuck that shit. I ain't paying that much for a GPU. I'm happy with my 4070. It can play pretty much every game. Max settings, 1080p. I'm happy with that. I don't need 144 frames per second. 60 is fine for me. As long as I get stable 60 at 1080p. I'd rather have the graphic fidelity than more FPS or, I don't know, play it at 4K at medium settings at 30 FPS. Dude, fuck that. No, just make the game look good, 60 FPS, stable, 1080p. And the 4070 can handle that. Oops, I'm going to put this here. They're going crazy with that AI balloony stuff. They're not a gaming card company, they're an AI chip company now. Inflating the bubble and profiting from that BS. The thing is, there are some really, really nice pieces of technology that NVIDIA has. Some really, really good stuff. Yes, are they leaning into AI? To some extent, this is definitely increasing the price, but it is at the benefit of gamers. Like frame generation and DLSS are incredible.1080p is at 144 is minimum for your happiness? If I can get 144, the problem is getting 144 at like max settings is pretty tough. I mean, you're right about it all. Like the gaming market share of cards that NVIDIA has is tiny compared to their workstation and AI sales. You are right about that. Yeah, the prices are ridiculous, I agree. We're gonna need more tech, which is relying on TAA. Not a huge difference between 70 and a 144. It's crazy. I'm very quick. My computer, like, I need Medicaid. No, I think 144 is 100% better than 60. Statistically speaking, it's more than 100% better. But trying to get a game to run at 144 frames per second, you pretty much have to rely on frame generation and DLSS, which, if done well, looks okay, but it will not look better than running the game natively. Green the smooth 60? Yeah, as long as I can get a smooth 60, I'm happy. And I'd prefer to do that natively, although I don't... If the frame generation and DLSS are implemented well, I will use them, 100%. But they will not make the game look as good as if it was running natively. Like 4K, but just for pixel pushing and modeling? Yeah, that's fair. That's 100% fair. Just trying to make sense of this. Continue, please. Sorry, please continue. That will lead to here. I have one more opportunity to let the player interrupt, which I want to just piss Spoon off so much that he's just like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm fucking done with this. I'm out of here. I try to tell you a story, and all you do is ask questions. I'm out. Partner games at 4K, it's incredible, but she isn't playing fast-paced competitive games that need the frame rate. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I love the way 4K gaming looks. It's just really, really hard to do natively without any sort of upscaling technology or frame generation if you want to get a stable frame rate. And I'd kind of just rather to have 1080p 60 FPS maxing out the settings. Personally. Okay, interrupted spoon 4th. It's stupid, but I'm doing it. Let's have to adjust her game settings because she doesn't know what the acronyms do. I have to do the same thing with my fiance. Exact same thing. She gets a new game, I'm like, hold on, give me 1 second. And I go through her settings. You know, she's got a laptop, right? It's not a newer laptop, but it's not a terrible one either. So if I can get her 30 FPS from her games, and mostly she plays like Sims and Crusader Kings, you don't need 60 FPS for those. So I just make sure that the game isn't shitting itself, at the very least. I think with Baldur's Gate 3 we had to bump her down in resolution with that. Second time you've erupted. You just let me tell my story. Pretty sure sewage existed before that too. No, it didn't. And this is the second time we've interrupted. No, it didn't. Don't interrupt my story. See the high-res texture mods for BG3? It's like downloading COD just to get 4K everything. Kind of overboard, isn't it? BG3 high-res textures. Well, like the upscaled armor and clothes? I see modder. Okay, hold on. I found it. Yeah, that looks better. 27 gigabytes. I mean, it sounds about right. I think it's a little unnecessary, but it looks good. A little overkill. Your quantity of things that need the upscale, yeah. I mean, if your computer can handle it, go for it. Just a shame the story is so mid in this game. I know. I've talked about BG3 enough. I like Act 1. I do like Act 2 as well. It's just the story gets so mid after that. BJ3. Someone making upscale DLC so people don't have to mod it by hand. That'd be pretty cool. Stenchus' might and power is beyond any of our understandings, and the golem was frozen in fear. He remains this way even to this day, unable to move. Okay, and your final interruption option is, it's more likely that the golem was destroyed by some other creature or adventuring party, to be honest. Let's text 2K and give them 4 and 8K as free DLC. Yeah. I think that Bethesda does this in a pretty reasonable way. Although I know that people generally just use their own texture packs for like Skyrim if they want to get 4K textures. I mean, Skyrim has anything. Skyrim 4K cabbage. There it is. You can look up anything for Skyrim. You can look up, I don't know, onions. Okay, there's gonna be a 4K onion mod. There's a shout replacer? Probably in like some other 4K. Oh, I can't even type 4K because it requires 3 characters to be. Thank you, Nexus. Continue to be a. Just continue to be the way you are. I don't understand how to package that, so I need to learn. Yeah, I don't know any. I haven't. The only game I modded was Darkest Dungeon personally. So I'm in the same boat as you. Who's moaning? Moaning and farting. What a combo. What a night. What's good, Mr. Games? Nothing much. We had an idea to expand the Dialogue Thief 6, and it's kind of gotten out of hand. But it's good. That, you know, it's good. This is content for the player. It's all good. How many dialogue trees are there? This is one encounter that you can have with Spoon. This is his lore loop. So this is like just lore about him in general, and there's a lot of trees here. Yeah, it's all the same NPC. Have we started non-Spoon dialogues? Not yet. The reason being is that I want to, if I have to refactor anything in dialogue, I'd rather only do it for one NPC. So until I feel more confident that we won't have to do any more refactoring, I'm not going to add another NPC. Once I'm done with that, though, then I want to add 2 more NPCs to the first playable, and then I'll feel happy. I'll feel like we can accurately assess the word count, how much it's going to cost, how much time it takes to make an NPC from scratch, so we can better plan and budget the rest of the game. One will be Femboy. We can do a I don't know why we wouldn't be able to do a Femboy. Our market is going to be primarily females, I think, by like 60 to 40%. And they do like femboys. So, yeah, we'll probably do a femboy. I'd be really jacked your big titty anime girl. We should, I'd like to do at least one female for the first playable. So I'll probably do a male and a female. I don't know what they'll be though. We wanted to do a warrior. Someone that was more like lawful good as a character for alignment. So we could do a dude for that, or we could do like a, you know, Brienne of Tarth kind of character. When God's Earth wants to look at Spoon. You can kill him if you want, if you don't like the way he looks. Spoon's future wife. Well, Spoon's future wife is the Ogress. I'd have to get an Ogress model. I don't even know if they have those. Most ogres they have are male. Ogress. Ogre. Could use this for the Rat Man. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do another just kind of like meme evil character. I'd like to do a character that actually has some kind of emotional or, you know, sensitive topics. So that we cover all bases. You know, we have just funny, laid back Spoon kind of character. We have then, you know, somebody that's more serious and a little bit more, I don't want to use the word controversial necessarily, but just more complex. Like morally and ethically, I guess. Everyone will kill Spoon immediately. No, they won't. I'm even non-human. We only have Spoon right now. Like all the models we'll use are just placeholder anyway. So if I get like a, you know, a knight, it would just be placeholder. Knight girl Elaine. She looks horrible. Knight Gerard. Armor's pretty cool. Kind of derpy face though. Search woman. Here's a woman. Here's a female knight. They have a male and female. Yeah, the armor's pretty nice. $80 though. I think I already own something that I could use here. I don't need to buy a new knight asset just for prototyping. Green Knight pack, yeah, I have that one too. I'll have to check what we own. Because if I don't have to spend the money, I'm not going to spend the money. Because it just does not matter. I probably already have something. Okay, we're gonna need 8 responses. Right? Because if we want to test if the player has interrupted before, there's actually an easier way to do this. But I'm gonna do it the hard way. We like being hard. Conditions, saved choice, interrupted, Spoon, first, thief, 6. True. Second. Third. So if you've interrupted Spoon every other time as well, this is where he's just gonna get mad and say, I'm fucking done. I'm out. Fuck you. You have one chance to be like, no, I'm sorry. I won't interrupt any more times. And you can just kind of let him finish. Are you using a faction plugin? What, like to handle, I don't know, like reputation or something? In favor of fate from different groups. We are using a plugin, but I was considering doing that. Thank you, Insight, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a nice Thursday. If we do factions, I'll just write the system by hand. I was considering having faction favor though. Yeah, if we did that, I'll just make the system by hand. It wouldn't be that difficult. What can we use this gold for? You can use it for so many, absolutely nothing. We converts to IRL goal, I wish. If it did, I wouldn't need to fund my project. And beg you guys for subs. Speaking of, did you know that every month you get a free Twitch Prime token that you can spend on your favorite game dev channels that may or may not be called Microraptor games? Just steal you played KCD? I'm gonna be doing the same thing in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I promise. Something about playing that just brings out the murder in me, and I can't explain it. Kingdom Come Deliver Me. Okay, we have true. We need true, false. I've been writing a game concept for 2 months now, but I don't know how to use Discord to find someone to share it with. Do you have Discord installed? You could also share it here with us. Yeah. We need to do a study on violence in game developers. Yeah, we like talking about game concepts here. Seeing what works. Should we talk about geopolitical issues? Finding servers is annoying. Yes, it is. True, false, false. False, true, false. False, false, true. True, true, false. Oops. Oh wait, I'm messing this up. Got hijacked by some clown. That's me. Unless you wanted a game with controls that I wanted in a game, but then I wanted fantasy elements with magic being a real scientific function. You watch anime? Because I think if you really like, you know, explainable magic systems, and I only know a few, but Free Run has a pretty interesting one, and Witch Hat Atelier has a very logical, magical system. True, true, false. Let's do true, false, true. Post their names in chat. We ran Witch Hat Atelier. They're both absolutely fantastic fantasy series. One of them has been made the first season into an anime, which is free run. Witch Hat Atelier, the first season, is going to be coming out next year. Get free run. Yeah, it's a good question. What do you mean by science? I'd love to hear what your ideas for like a grounded, explainable magic system are. Very detailed in every what if scenario. Magic in my game functions like magnetism. When it's stay together, doesn't interact with matter, but can be shaped and forced into elements. That sounds pretty cool. So what might like a spell look like in your universe? Because I'm kind of similar too, where I like to have the explanation for how things work, because I feel like it engages people more. But I'll tell you what, I am jealous of like Harry Potter, where it's just like, oh yeah, this spell does this. Well, how does it? No, there's no explanation. It just does the thing. Just wave your wand and, you know, biggest dickus, and now you have erection. Looks like a mechanic can explain away with lore and world building. You can. The number of people that do that, though, is not very high. Okay, those will be the responses, and then we need to hook that up to here. Hey Sean, how you doing? Crafting with magic is the primary interaction. Runestones with their intricate patterns shape magic into an element. Density also affects interaction with other magic. Denser magic repels other magic, lighter magic absorbs. The structure of the magic is very important. Pattern engraved on a shield. Yeah, I know some manga that you would really enjoy for that. Is it like there's some Japanese series are like, oh, it's just magic, do whatever the fuck we need it to do, and then there's others where it's like, okay, every single thing needs to be explainable and be logical and work, and the author just writes pages and pages upon of the lore and how the magic system works. I kind of appreciate it. Of course, Hunter x Hunter already decided to. I have not seen Hunter x Hunter, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. Lines are easily cut. Honeycomb pattern offers immense durability. Here's that in 2 months I've been following for 1 year. I was wondering if we should do like an anniversary stream or something, because we're coming up on our 1 year. In fact, we might have passed it. What was the first day of development that we had? Shut up. October 21st. What day is that? No, no, we didn't miss it. That's that day. Should we do something special for that day? Maybe a little drinking stream or something? I will make a post for socials. Drinking, drugs, you name it. Should I just get naked? Just fuck it. I'm just gonna get naked on stream. I'll do a hot tub stream. And I'll just sexualize the shit out of it. Get your cock out, bro. Just because an elements can mimic structure if molded. That sounds really cool, Insight. It sounds really hard to make, but you could always go like the route of like George Martin, where magic exists, but it's so rare that it is like its own celestial event. Like whenever magic happens, it is something very, very important. Play RuneScape? Could play RuneScape. Do some TOA or something. Wait, that will not lead in there. Stop interrupting. I'm done. I'm out. If this is how you treat your friends when they're trying to tell stories, I'm done. I'm leaving. Start with the Big Bang, collected and bound to itself, life formed and it was absorbed into this ball. Over billions of years, it became sentient life, could not form with it existing, so it decided to scatter across the universe. Don't you think maybe you're going a little bit too deep with the magic? Then again, if you can do it and explain it well, I think people will deeply respect it. Oh, oops, that's supposed to be this node. Oh, structured spaghetti. There is an easier way to have done this, but whatever. The story just doesn't make that much sense, Spoon. I'm sorry. That's what I believe. I'm tired of this. Have a good life, human. Have you worked in games before, Insight? What's your if so, what's your like specialization? Design, art, something with coding? Zero. Jumping into Unity, no experience. A good challenge, I'll tell you that. No, Spoon. Wait. I'm sorry. Please continue. Please finish up. I won't interrupt again. I'm using ChatGPT to organize what I want the game to have. Careful with that. ChatGPT is not very good with game design. It's good for organizing thoughts, but incredible. Thank you for your balls. I appreciate it. All day, every day. Jumped to Unity with zero experience turned out great for me, but it depends on many factors. Unity scares me. Unity didn't vibe with it, but when I tried Unreal, it clicked for me. Same thing, Turning Cog. Exact same thing. Word for word, that was my feeling too. But I'm glad that I tried it. I think that I might not have been so keen to jump into Unreal unless I tried Unity, and at least got my feet wet. I think focusing on your magic system, which, from what you're describing to me, I'm a game designer, so from what you're describing to me, the magic system is one of your unique selling points, right? It's a key part to what makes your universe interesting. Focus on that before even thinking of game mechanics, and just build out your magic system to be something unique, something fresh, something new, and work really hard to make that aspect of your game be the most interesting. And then build a game around that, right? I don't know what genre you're expecting, the game to be, if it's like, an RPG game, or if it's a simulator, or what. That's, you can tell me if you already have an idea for it. But if you focus on this one aspect and you build the game around that interesting, unique part, I think you're on the right track with that. It's not relaxing. There we go. Skill tree history controls weapons and magic. You have a lot of high level, it sounds like. Don't go too deep. If you can spend years building up your universe, or you can jump into engine and you can just start building something. And I think you'll quickly find out what is easier to make than other things, and you'll just kind of naturally get the ball rolling. And I say it only because I don't want you to end up in the case where a lot of, I think, game developers end up where they come up with an idea for a game, but then they never jump into the engine, so they're never actually prototyping anything. So it's like, oh, I have a great idea for a game. Okay, have you started on working on it yet? Well, no, because I'm still thinking of the idea. It's like, just start doing it, right? A lot of great Unity devs in the community. True. To talk to if you don't understand how to implement something. 100% agree. Have a good life. Spoon. Save choice. End encounter. We're doing the same thing. It's like Cauldron Chronicles is undergoing constant refactors and changes, and it's like we just jump down a rabbit hole of something that seems interesting, and eventually, we end up with our world, and I'm not unhappy. It's a little sparse. It's missing some things, but one bit at a time, we're doing it. Learn programming, learn the basics of C#, then work your way up the ladder. Then start learning Unity and go from there. A lot of ideas you have will not be viable from a programming POV, so you need to either find another way to do it or just drop it. Yep, as harsh as it sounds, 100% correct. I agree with Drumels. You're gonna have to make, you know, some concessions, some sacrifices. One of the recommendations that other people will give is that to make a small game, something really, really simple that incorporates one of the things that you want in your big dream game. And keep doing that with different parts of it. Just make these small little prototypes, small little demos, join game jams, and then after a couple years, you can start working on your dream game, having taken that knowledge and experience from your previous, you know, smaller games. That way you don't bite off more than you can chew, and you end up trying to make your dream game, but something doesn't work, you get stuck, you hit a brick wall, and then maybe you never return, because that's kind of sad. Art can fill in quite a few of the gaps programming leaves. Sometimes, yeah. You can do like art-driven games. Games that aren't driven by like the systems. A good example would be, I don't know. What's a good art-driven game? Problem is I play a lot of like systems-driven games. Games with simple systems, but beautiful art. Walking simulators are actually one of those. Like The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Oops, Vanishing. This is a good example of a art-driven game. Very simple systems. Walk around and interact, but the game's driven by its art, its atmosphere. 12 small games in a year, one every month. That is a good recommendation. Joining game jams is huge. If you're unfamiliar, itch.io has a jams page, which shows you all the game jams currently going on, and you can join into them. Find teams, people to work with. A lot of game jams. There's a Cosmic Horror Jam which just started. Two-week jam where you make a cosmic horror themed video game or physical game. There's a mini jam, 169 Future. 72-hour long game development jam that occurs every 2 weeks on itch.io. And you just make like a small little game. And this one's theme is future. So joining these I highly recommend, because you can find groups of people. Like you can join their Discord server and find a team to work with. And there's so many. I mean, if you're working on like fantasy, I'm sure there's some fantasy themes around here. Either way, I'll share this in chat and you guys can take a look. And if this is something that interests you, you can find some people with similar skill levels as your own, and you guys can just jump in and make some things. Learn a lot. It'll take at least 3 years. I'm doing the tutorials, but it'll be demo. Easiest part triggers are the limbs, the right thumbstick is orientation, what direction you attack or defend. If you focus too much on jams, you won't progress your own game. That's true, but you also won't progress your own game if you don't know how to progress your own game. So having some level of knowledge to get past hurdles and roadblocks, I think, is necessary to make your dream game. Otherwise, you'll get stuck. Same as with tutorials and courses. Yeah. I think jams are a good way to avoid burnout too. Just do something completely random. They're also a good way to meet people. Very, very good way to meet people. Yeah, this needs to lead into something slightly different node. Better not. Spoon at Spoon is barely able to contain his rage anymore. Well, Star House music is so good. It is. I love it. It's relaxing. And better yet, Jagex doesn't copyright strike me or claim. Game is good as well. Hell yeah, it is. I mean that it was us goblins who saved the whole forest from destruction. You idiots worship the golem, not knowing that it was us goblins who saved the whole forest from destruction from this thing. Remember when I started playing the OG OGRS before RS2, or what they call now OSRS? I think the first time I tried playing it was in middle school or late elementary school. I don't remember. What kind of specialization do you see yourself with Insight? Like, do you want to end up, are you doing this as a hobby, or do you want to become a designer? Do you want to become a programmer? Hey, Scouting Nate, thank you for the follow. Good luck on your fish. Hope you don't get junk, like me. How you doing, man? How's your Thursday? Okay, I like how those connect. Gotta write these. Good, how are you? I'm pretty good. I'm good today. You've interrupted once already. We'll do no Twiggy killed the golem. You've interrupted once already. Just let me finish. Good thing is we can copy that into these two. Yesterday we were testing out the dialogue, and we noticed that this encounter with our character Spoon was a bit sparse if you hadn't chosen certain things in his if you hadn't made like certain choices with him. So we're trying to add a little bit of extra dialogue to it so that it isn't so sparse. I did go a little overboard though, and now he's got two massive dialogue trees, one of them about poop and one of them about some goblin mythology, which he gets very angry at if you question it. With the story flow almost done. And we'll put the Twiggy killed the golem there too. In a single player world with the wiggle room for co-op if I learn to implement. Multiplayer scares me. As a systems designer, multiplayer scares me because you have to design systems in a completely different way. Balance them in a very different way. But the controls are fluid. I want the animations to be situational. Very little that I haven't planned out. I just hope that it all blends well. I mean, your focus on this insight sounds like you would maybe enjoy becoming a like UX designer to some extent, or even a 3Cs designer. Probably a 3Cs designer, which, if you ever wanted to, would make you a shit ton of money, by the way. 3C designers are in very high demand. Those stand for character controls and camera. And it's just somebody who focuses on, well, those three things. Like, you're not about the systems, you're just like, okay, I just need to make sure that camera work is good, that the character movement is solid and feels good and feels responsive, it doesn't have any pain points, and the controls make sense and, you know, are fluid. Continue. Sorry, please continue. This one is if it's the first interruption. Almost done with the story. Let me finish. Okay, those should all be filled. Regardless about the map monsters or dungeons, so long as the hitboxes are perfect. Yeah, I think that you seem to be really interested in 3C design, or even to some extent combat design. If you don't care about dungeons or monsters, you're probably not really going to be a content, you know, like a gameplay designer or systems designer. But honestly, if this is your first experience in game dev, you should just follow whatever you find fun. Let it lead you to your interests. Thank you for sharing that, Spoon. It's quite an interesting story. Have you seen Combat Gods? I want combat like that on a small scale. Combat Gods? Send me a YouTube link. Find a good video for me and paste it in chat. I don't ban links. Unless you send me like unless people start sending me some really bad shit, then I might have to limit it. Pretty far-fetched to believe all of that. Say, yeah, I don't think anything you just said was true. You want combat like this. This is going to be very, 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 very hard to make. I mean, I think it's a good goal. I think it's an absolute good goal. But the closest thing that I can think that would actually get you somewhat started would be Combat Fury for UE5, although I think that it looks better in videos than it actually is. This is an asset pack you can get for Unreal. God. It's pretty good for what it is, honestly. But creating this from scratch, especially in like Unity, I think is going to be it's going to be a huge challenge. A very good goal though. If you can manage to make combat like Combat Gods, you will have a very viral game. Which is an understatement, it kind of is. You have to learn some shit you don't want to in order to make the stuff you want to function as intended. True. I think it's a great goal. Yeah, I think that you don't need complex character models to do this. You just need a couple of skeletons without any, you know, crazy textures, and just constantly refine it, right? But I'm not an artist, so I can't really help on the, you know, giving advice on the animation front, because I'm not an artist myself. We can be dinosaurs, you can't be dinosaurs. Me too. I don't want to do another check if the player interrupted. You know, 4 times. How do I want to handle this? There is a way that I can do it. It's a little messy, but I can do it. This part is combos with different weapons. Getting a max combo triggers a finisher. Well, look, I can only hope that Unity makes your job on this easy, because I think it's going to be really hard to get like the first steps. Unity is it's a very capable engine, but I think it's harder to get those kind of like the initial steps. handled. I think Unreal might be a little bit better of an option just because you have a lot of free assets and the engine is built for that kind of content. The bug. The stink bug. Come here, stink bug. Dude, stop it. Have him. I'm throwing him out. Okay, I took care of the stink bug. He's safe. Unity is great, but you have to build everything yourself. Yeah. Everything you want to do, you pretty much have to build on your own. Plenty of assets, but I don't know if any will meet the requirements you want, and also integrating a bunch of assets to work coherently is another nightmare. That's true. That is very true. If you want to look at a game that was built by people who bought assets but don't know how to integrate them, this is the game that you want. Called The Day Before. Day that never came. This is what happens when you make a game. You just put a bunch of asset packs into the game and you don't know how to make them coherent, and you don't know how to design a good game. I knew yesterday when I threw that stink bug, I'm like, I don't think I got him outside. I was right. If you want, if you want a good example, just ask my chat how much pain and suffering I went through making this, getting Fluid Flux to integrate into my project. Cautionary tale for the rest of us. I'm doing the game I want from scratch, and I'm almost done with making the game systems and everything programming related. I'm just improving them while I'm waiting for art. Waiting for art. You and I are in the same waiting room then. Waiting for art, waiting for forever. Eh, you're not wrong. Art costs money. Okay, once, twice. This is once. Twice. Should have just done it this way in the first place, to be honest. Whatever, though. Raptor, can the player die in Cauldron Chronicles? Yeah. Yeah, the player can die. They can't die right now, but they will be able to die. Oh, this is thrice. This is 3 times. Thrice. And this is 4 times. I meant as the game stands. What do you mean? Okay, then we'll do a condition. For the player interrupting 4 times. That'll be 3, 2. Hey Kent, how you doing? Good to see you guys today. The state the game is currently, is there anything to kill the player? No. Unless the game crashes. Although it shouldn't. Thrice. Twice. Okay, if the player interrupts 4 times, Spoon's reaction to this is going to be... Well, maybe if you didn't interrupt the whole damn time, you would have understood the story better. Let's just move on. I'm tired of this. Honestly, I'm just going to keep the same one for 3 times too. Happened better. Wouldn't really need art or a big world, just a small arena and an AI dummy that does simple 1-move actions, health, stamina, and such simple Really need polish movement, which I hope for to do in 6 months to a year. I mean, I think that your scope of your, essentially your prototype, right? Because I'd be careful to call it a demo. Although this is just my personal terminology that I try to use. But I think that that's a proper scope. You don't need art, you don't need anything fancy, you don't need a big world, you don't need... You know, like the core seems to be this fighting, this combat. Focus just on that. You can white box it. There's usually some good prototypes on Twitter. Game prototype. Let me see if we can pull something up. Here's a good one. This one here. You know, you can take a look at a game like this with its prototype, and you can see that it's very clearly rough around the edges. It just focuses on what it needs to do, which for this game seems to be movement and casting. That's it. Make a little playground for yourself to test it in. Nothing more than that. And there's a lot of, you know, even better examples. Especially with like white boxing. You can see here they have like the character model, but everything else, especially the level, is just white or gray boxed. That's all it needs to be. I don't really tell stories that well, so that's probably what it is. Okay, let's combine these responses. Response here. Do these two. I keep an eye on Humble Bundle for very cheap. I got most of the art in my game. Yeah, that's a good example too. I don't know if there's any currently running, but very frequently they do asset pack bundles for Unity and Unreal assets. There's some Cinti assets. Those are great. Those work with Unity 100%. And I think sometimes they're animated, but don't quote me on that. But this is great. You get fantasy hero characters, war pack, gang nature, boss zombies, all this stuff for $23 roughly. Dungeons. These are very good for prototyping, by the way. Exceptionally good for prototyping. Here's sound effects, music and game engine plugins. Combos, crits, and fail sound effects pack. That could be useful for you, Insight. I have to look into these too, because these might have some good music that we can use. And there's a Unity music plugin. You say performance heavy. Yes. No. Also. Okay, sorry for interrupting. Maybe, but we can move on. That'll jump back to this node. Hey, when today stuff goes on sale, I'm so tempted even though I'm likely not to use it. Same. Always the same for me. It's like, well, you know, maybe I'll use it. There might be something I could use it on. You know, if I don't have it and I need it, then I'm gonna have to just spend the money on it. Or I could buy it now while it's on sale. Okay, we'll do 5 different responses here, and then finally, this whole part of Spoon's dialogue will be complete after 3 hours of working on it. Thrice, twice, once, and this one just does not have a condition. Would have been a lot easier to tell if you didn't interrupt the whole time. Whatever. This is tiring. Let's just move on. Right, would have been a lot easier if you didn't interrupt, mess up the story flow. Remind me to never tell you a story again. You're a horrible listener. Appreciate you listening to a story that means a lot to me and my people. Me and all sewer goblins. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, I think that works. I'm not gonna write that one. I'm kind of done. I'm done with dialogue. That's all I've been doing for this whole week. I suck at it. It's tedious. Okay, there is a big new section now. Nobody can complain that Dialogue Thief 6 is lacking or things to say if you end up not getting him his wife and kid. You at least have one larger section of things to go out on. Put it that way. Means I can finally remove this. Setting up hotbar should allow for pressing num keys to add to hotbar. I agree. I 100% agree. Okay, let's see if we can do that then. Let me make a... I think I can put input actions in UI, right? Let me test it. Input action. Assumedly so? So I'll make a new mapping context then, and we'll call this one IMC inventory. IA hotbar. Now the IA hotbars are for the core game, right? No, these are for... Where did I put these? Because you can switch different hotbars in while you're in the inventory. I think we removed that. Yeah. So this shouldn't be a challenge to implement. For the default. And we remove, as far as I know, we remove default when the player opens up the inventory. Yes. Okay, so here's what I'll do. Let's make a new folder for input actions. We'll call this inventory. New input action, IA, quick add to hotbar 1. Fix issue of my condition system. Nice. Congrats, dude. Feels good to fix those issues. Quick add to hotbar. And we'll just keep doing this. 2, 2. 3, 3. 4, 4. 5, 5. Oops, that's not 5. All right, and now when we open up the inventory, we want to add mapping context for inventory. And put that right between here. And then when we close the inventory, we want to remove the mapping context. For inventory. Okay, everything there should be set up. We don't want to put it on inventory. We want to put it on the inventory item. Here. Hmm. Trying to think of how we can handle this, because we usually drop it into the hotbar slot, so we have the on drop here, which slots this into a inventory slot. So depending on the action that we hit, we need to determine. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit awkward. I don't think we can't call on drop. Right? On drop. No. But I could call another function or an event that then runs the same information. We pass through the dragged potion index. Be a little bit more tricky than I thought. We for sure need to bring in the dragged potion index, or in this case, the one that we are hovering over. When the input action is input, I need to have like a boolean here of is being hovered. Just to be safe. But only if it's a potion. Right now, that's the only thing that we can slot into our hotbar, right? Input action. Quick add to hotbar. Maybe we can't. That's fine. We can always put this in somewhere else. Oh wait, here we go. We need the actual event. Quick add to hotbar 2. I could throw these in a separate graph too. Input graph. It would be great if we just had one function that we could call. Maybe in the alchemy library? Move indices from other items. Update hotbar. Let me try doing that. This is kind of written poorly. Attempt to add potion to hotbar. You know, maybe I shouldn't write my this function is going to add the potion to the hotbar. It's not going to attempt to. No, this function, I can't set it up for failure like that. I need to believe. It's not that this function might do it. No, it will do it. Hotbar slot index. Inventory potion index. We'll start by getting all widgets of hotbar slot. And we need to match the get slot index if it is equal to hotbar slot index. Update a local variable for hotbar slot widget. So it's finished. We have the right slot. Now we need to run a couple tests. It's never going to fail adding it to the hotbar slot. We do need to pull in a reference to the inventory item as well. We can't set up the widget though because we haven't given it the right information. We need to set up the potion index first. Potion set potion index equal to inventory potion index. Then set up the widget. Then we need to get the inventory item ref, which I don't think we'd have to cast because that would be redundant. Yeah, not needed. Update the slotted information. And this is going to be the hotbar slot index. I think Yeah, we'll have to do a check if potion is in hotbar. Alright, we run this check. This is equal to the potion inventory index. If true, we need to grab the hotbar index. Set it to -1. Update hotbar. Get hotbar slot index. Potion inventory index. Move inventory hotbar slot indices from other. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. What is that target? That target's the inventory hotbar slot. Add return node. Oh, we'll just see if that does anything. Quick add to hotbar on triggered. Add potion to hotbar. Inventory item ref is self. Hotbar slot index in this case is 0. Unless I set it up as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I think I did 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll check. I did 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inventory potion is the inventory index. However, we only want to run this if highlighted and is a potion. don't do that. They must line up. They must be equal. Beautiful. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, not is highlighted. We want to check is being hovered. There might be an exploit to this, but we'll see if it pops up. I'm thinking, okay, what if we're technically hovering over it, but we're dragging an item? Obviously, we don't want to do it that in that case. Oh, wonderful. Just a small duplication bug. It isn't duplicating them. It's not clearing the other slots. So it begins bugs, yeah. Well, we can fix this up. Especially if it's just visual, then that helps narrow down where it's happening. Okay, not untriggered, uncompleted. That'll just be on mouse button released. Not on mouse button released, but on key released. It'll solve one thing. Definitely something weird going on with it. Definitely something weird. We grab the index. I think it is grabbing the index properly, unless... No, it shouldn't be. Are we printing this information out somewhere? Test. There we go. That way it will at least print out information of what's in the hotbar. Yeah, it's not setting the other ones. It thinks that of course doesn't happen when we do it this way. Where's the action for the close button? Oh, I think it's on the hotbar itself. Yes, it's on the hotbar slot. Hey GT. How you doing today? Clear slot is occupied. Scored another application interview. Nice. Very, very nice. Exciting. 3D programmer, hope I get it. I hope you get it too. Be the hotbar index from check if potion is in hotbar. That will solve one thing. I think there's still an issue though where we're not running the right logic or removing the old one. Well, no, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. As we do a switch on if it's occupied or not. I set it back to 0. It should be setting it to -1. Yeah, why isn't it? What are we missing here? The slot is occupied. Check the inventory potion. Remove indices from other items. It's updating the indices properly. This is running properly. Let's test it. Okay, inventory potion index is 2. Hotbar slot widget. The first one. Right? Yeah. At least I think that was the one I pressed. It's just not setting up the... I mean, this is reading from where? This is reading from the hotbar itself. We're not updating the hotbar. Even though we do it here. So are we passing through the wrong information to one of these? Yes, we should be that's the reason. We're passing through we should be passing through -1 here. This is where the reset happens. I'm stupid. I just connected that up without thinking. Now it's working. Okay, now you don't need to drag and drop, but you can. If you'd like. You can just hover over and press the number keys to put things in your hotbar. Although it would be nice if pressing the same number again removed it if the hotbar slot is occupied. Which functions a little bit differently than the way the hotbar works at the moment. But we could do that. We could fix it. We can make it work that way. What do we have to check? We'd have to check if the inventory... Check if potion is in hotbar. We'd have to do this first. You get the appropriate slot widget. Or would we even need to yet? We wouldn't need to. We don't need the widget. No, we do need the widget. Could be nestled in between. We would just check if the brought in inventory potion index I'm sorry, not equal, but and this is equal to the hotbar slot index. If true, do our shit, otherwise if false, do the normal shit. So if true, we need to update hotbar, inventory index, slot index. We then need to get the hotbar slot widget. Set potion index. And run a setup widget. I feel like we're missing one thing too. But I'll see first what happens if I do this. Yeah, we just need to fix this widget. We need to update the slotted information. Well, that's a lot faster now. That is, I don't mind the drag and drop, but it's also just really nice to be able to, yeah, I want this, this on 1, 2, and then this on 3, and then this on 5 as my backup. Good to go. Throw the potions, do the things, create the debug spheres. Clean. That's nice. That's actually really, that feels really good. Good quality of life. Nice and easy to do too. Okay, then fix the fucking candles. Okay, I'll show you what's happening with the candles. This does not matter, but it pisses me off. I don't know why. I don't know why they do this. They just turn on and off, and I have no clue why they occur. Just like... But this intensity is not determining the... It's completely unrelated. It's within the particle effects for some reason. The flame and smoke. It's because it has like lifetime. And it's not infinite. Is there a way to make it infinite? Because that's the issue. Why does it turn off? I don't really know much about particle effects, so if one of you does, and you know how to fix this, let me know. It should be in lifetime. Why would it just turn off though? UE5 particle infinite lifetime. Emitter state, I have loop behavior set to infinite. And where do you set that up though? Loop. Infinite. How do I do this shit? Hey Boomer, click the lifetime thingy. Well, it has a lifetime, but how do I just tell it to be... to not be an asshole? Just don't turn off. Why are you turning off? What does this 5 mean up here? Okay, never mind. Don't worry, we're in the same thing here. Lifetime seed? Only Niagara, yeah. I'm better with Niagara. To me feels a bit easier to use than old Cascade particles. UE5. Let's just do UE4 Cascade. Emitter not looping. I mean, it is looping, but it's setting emitter life to a higher number than lifetime. How do? I can get it to spawn faster, but it just kind of overlaps itself. That works, but there's a slight flickering. Assume that I don't know what I'm doing. Ignore the smoke too. It's better than nothing. You'll do the same thing here. This stuff doesn't get worse over time like with the other emitter. I hope not. It's kind of annoying that it flickers, but it's not the end of the world. I could live with it. It's better than just like randomly turning off like it was before. Oh, now the smoke isn't aligned. Why is the smoke not aligned here, but it is here? Oh no, it's not. Who made these These candles are fucking garbage, man. Oh, what? It's like a field of view thing. See that? Look. Smoke is clearly not even on top of the fire, but if I move my camera over, it is. Wait, something inside the material? Oh, you could be right. That's so weird. Just the rotation depending on camera rotation. Is it the flame? They're the exact same. I have no clue. I have no clue. They're set up the exact same way. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. I don't know. I don't think it matters. Look, at least they're not turning off now. So, fuck them. They're flickering a little bit, but whatever. It does not matter. It's so unimportant that if I can't fix it quickly, then there's no point fixing it at all. It's weird, but just not important. Fuck the candles. Good thing is we got everything fixed today, and I think I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick, and then we'll watch some Tim Kaine videos today. Take it easy, watch some Tim Kaine, and I can talk with the team and see what we need to do next. Okay, BRB. Okay. Misa back. I'm done with my miscellaneous fixes today. I think I'm ready to merge this to main. And then I will confer with my colleagues tonight about next steps for potion combat. And we might be able to start working on like loot tables and stuff and overhauling the inventory. But I need to kind of just think about that and mull it over about what that might look like, what that might affect. So we'll see. For now, though, I will end the YouTube recording there, and then we're going to do some Tim Kaine reactions and see if we can learn some things about game dev. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching, and catch you next time. Probably tomorrow. See you guys.